Hello Internet, this is Roshi and I'm back with another reaction. This time reacting to Honkai Impact 3rd version trailers. Yep, that's right. We're circling back around. We're into the Honkai Impact 3rd stuff again. And I've been looking forward to this. I'm looking at this playlist here and a lot of these videos are very short. I think I'm going to watch a few of them at a time maybe and then share my general thoughts and then keep going. It really depends because some are a minute long, some are 3 minutes long, some are like 50 seconds long. It's very strange. But this seems to be a combination of things, and there might be some repeats of other things that I have seen in here. Whether or not I will skip it at the time, we will see. I might just want to experience it again. It will depend on how I feel. That being said, I do want to give a special shout out. Thank you to Screaming Rose, one of my members, who went ahead and made this playlist for me in the first place. This is the description that she left for me. There are a few doubles from the first playlist in here, so if you want, just skip those. I mostly added them to act like a timeline thing. So, kind of what I said, but they know more than me. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Let's just start from right over here. Oh, hold on. We gotta do this right. Oh, okay. Doesn't go much higher than that. Anything else? There we go. I cannot click subtitles. I will try to do that for future videos, I guess. Okay. We're gonna go to we'll do the next one and maybe the one after that before I start blabbing.
Captain on the bridge. ブローニャは戦うこと以外何もない目標あそこゴールドエクスプロージョン艦長次の目標座標をファイヤー秘技準備完了コスモスブレイク目標補足ファイヤーターゲットロックオン主砲出力最大殲滅開始目標補足ファイヤーバニージャンプファイヤー任務完了待機モードに移行
艦長の命に従おう。結界よ開け。この一撃で勝負を決めようぞ。
Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's a splash screen at the end there. Let's see what that is.
戦いに適した日和じゃ。
Okay, we're gonna pause there for a second so I can share some thoughts so far. It seems that these videos that I'm watching right now are, what's the best way to put it? It's like gameplay stuff, right? I'm seeing more of the gameplay stuff, which is what you do in these version trailers for these gacha games in general. There's always a part of it where they show some gameplay, some character that's being released, or things for the character, etc. And we're definitely seeing that here. People have told me, I asked the question in some prior videos asking, what is this game like? Because I know it's a gacha. How does it work? And I got my answers, and thank you very much for answering my questions in the comment section. I really do appreciate it, because there's a lot and it's hard to retain. And even if it's, you know, it's I appreciate it is what I'm trying to say. I already said it. Anyway, so far it looks cool. The combat and stuff is very flashy. As far as gameplay goes with that, I mean, it looks cool. At the same time, I feel like it could potentially be, and correct me if I'm wrong, a little underwhelming is when it goes to actually hold on. The characters and their animations and like their movesets look awesome. I think that looks great. It's the enemies that they're fighting on screen, the mobs that you're fighting, they look underwhelming. Every single one I feel like I've seen so far is just sort of floating towards you or walking towards you. It's, I don't know what the, I mean, I'm not complaining about it because Genshin's the same, kind of. Not really the same, but a lot of the enemies are pretty stationary for the most part. And if like, you know, you have a good combo, whatever, you're just going to wipe the floor anyway. It doesn't matter. So yeah, it looks like you play this game because you get the cool characters, because you get their cool moves, their outfits, which is like what changes their moves and such, I guess. Different versions of them. And then you play it for the story, right? Or at least that's why I would play it. I'd just want the characters I'd want, and I'd play it for its cool story, which we know is cool. I think it's cool. Anyway, this thing was about I guess, well, it was showcasing Yae Sakura, which, you know, I don't have to say who that reminds me of. But yeah, I think so far, if I had to, well, it's hard to pick like a specific play style or whatever that is. I don't know. But aesthetically, the play style that I've liked the most so far seeing is probably one of Bronya's forms. Simply because of how she moves. I know I just complained about the enemies kind of floating around a little bit, but I sort of also like it when your character can kind of float around. There's something a little badass about that, how she's just sort of like gliding around the place, and then, you know, she'll just kind of phase in one direction. You see an after image, or you know, she'll charge up a blast and fire it, and that looks really cool. I don't know. There are elements to that kind of thing that I really like, and I think it's just pleasing to see. And as far as game feel goes, I felt that the most just by watching it. The impacts of the explosions were very much like, I'm here for it. But yeah, all the sword stuff too, the other gun stuff, it's all been cool so far. I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. Let's just keep it going. In the next few, I'll interrupt again and share my thoughts.
ここはどこ？私は誰？
I saw Teresa in that. Yep.
ごめんなさい、おじいさま。私は天命から離脱します。私にみんなを守れという声が。今ここでその声との約束を果たすわ。
Alright, that was them introducing Teresa as a playable character. That was pretty cool. Oh. Oh, we're here now. Okay, sure. That did remind me of something else I wanted to say. Not the bikini stuff, the stage stuff. Okay, let's go through one more before I pause again. Okay. Oh, it's not over. Okay, good. Jumping the gun there. What? That's kind of cool. I like seeing the chibi forms of them are pretty cute. Okay. Yeah, you could definitely tell how, what should I say? How do I phrase it? How early, how old? I don't know. You can tell how long ago these videos were made because they're very quick, they're to the point. There's not, I mean, when I say there's not a lot of flashy stuff, I mean we're not really seeing all these cutscenes associated with the stuff here. It's more like here's the game. Take your 50 seconds of looking at the game. Title screen. Yeah, now you know what it's about. And it's good. It's to the point. I don't mind it. They're not necessarily trying to tell you the story through these version trailers, through this format. That's not what these are, apparently. Maybe they will. I know that some videos repeat, and everything that I've seen so far has either been about the timeline or some kind of story element. So I guess as we get further and further, we will see them incorporating more cinematic stuff. That's what I imagine, but don't take my word for it because I don't know what I'm talking about. Other than that, more cool stuff. Right, I wanted to talk about the stages. I think the stages are pretty cool. To me, because they say stages, that doesn't mean it's open world, even though they advertised at least one of the videos as open world. I think it was the Yai Sakura one that said Yai Sakura plus open world. I think it's what it said. Maybe there was something before that. I don't know. Anyway, it's late and I'm very bad at retaining information right now. The meds have worn off, people. I'm sorry. Anyway, um, I'm out of my mind. What about that did I want to say again? Okay, so the gameplay, from what I imagine, when you play it, when you go into certain levels or stages, it's not necessarily. It's like pseudo open world, maybe. Like what I'm saying is that I don't think, from what I've seen, this game doesn't look like it's like Genshin Impact open world, right? It's more like here you're going to do these mission or these set of missions and you're set into this instance. So there might be not necessarily an arena, but an area, a level that you can move around in and do things. And it could be pretty open, giving you some space, but it's not like you're traveling from one town to the next or something like that. That's I imagine that it's very more like this is where the part of the story is taking place. This is where the challenge is. You go into that area and you do the thing. Right? Does that make sense? Because that's what I'm getting from watching this so far. And apparently there are other kinds of stages too. Like we just saw a beach thing, but I don't know if that's an actual part in the game or is that just some extra stuff? Is it meant to be kind of fan servicey because they're introducing swimwear outfits now, which is fine. I'm not complaining, but anyway, let's just continue.
黄泉への道準備してやったぞ。
私が必ず守るわ。ディバインジャッジ。
That's pretty cool. Kind of like throwing into blazing spears.
灰に返せ。
And the dashing around, that was nice. Okay. The combat looks cool. It looks fun. Excuse me?
Oh,
that's it. Oh, wow. What? All right. Hold on there for a second. So that was pretty rad. Yeah. A lot more combat stuff. Fuhua is so cool. I mean, I already liked her character from what I do know, which I probably forgot a lot about at this point in time because it's been a while since I've watched those other videos. But what I remember, Fuhua is pretty cool. She was a character that I liked a lot. And seeing her fighting style, I mean, you know, I don't know what any of these characters are. The only one I probably could have guessed was Mei, right, with the sword and stuff. Like, yeah. But yeah, Hua is just kicking and punching and ground pounding, and you switch her outfit, and now she's just throwing just energy blasts at you, and it's really freaking cool. Yeah, I liked it. All right. Oh yeah, and apparently there's like mini games and stuff too, I guess. That's something I noticed. Cool.
我が勇気と信仰のもとにカスラナの名にかけて
Oh. And with the guns too.
英竜ズニルオン
I don't know, man.
オ
When
ットー様、ゲームをおやめください。各大陸の支部から送られてきた書類が山積みになっています。
when you start having characters doing like gun fu and stuff, I'm all about it. That was really cool. That freaking move she did with the X on the ground, the explosion, that was Ooh, I really like those animations. It's so short. Okay, after this one, I'm gonna pause again.
「倒しがいのあるやつが現れましたね。出撃準備」「今です。即戦即決」
The music just... Okay. You can tell these videos are older because, for one, oh, I can now. Oh, I can now. Okay, for a while, I don't think that was the thing, but I can now. There's still no closed captions, so sorry about that. I'm trying to remember to check these things. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty cool. They know what they're doing when it comes to eye candy with the animations for the fighting styles. Seeing all like the fuhua kicks and that like the ghostly silhouette that is also kicking with her at the same exact time, like overlapped and stuff. Like the once again, I want to say after image, it might not exactly be that in that case, but still looked really cool. I know I interrupted a little bit before saying stuff. How awesome some things were. You can just tell that they're getting better, that they're improving their craft with these things, right? Um, when it comes to making these character animations and stuff, they're definitely going with like rule of cool, right? Like, oh yeah, this just gonna do some crazy slashes and super speed punches and stuff, and it's, you know, maybe some people would think it's a little silly, but I don't think so. I think it's rad. And also, once again, some of the stages here. There was that one where they were showing little blips on a like a blueprint or a schematic or just a map of this carrier, this aircraft of some kind. I think it's an aircraft, this base, and it showed like Kaslana's location and May's location, like, you know, and I'm wondering if there are stages where if you enter it with a different character, if you'd spawn in a different location because of maybe story reasons, and that's where that character would be at that point in time if selected for that thing. I imagine that might be the case sometimes, you know, see a different perspective elsewhere, but maybe not. Maybe it was just kind of just showcasing these characters on this level, and they were trying to kind of tell a little bit of their story there with the in-game stuff. You know, I could see that being a thing too. Yeah, you remember this? We're here now. You get to play on this place or something like that. I don't know. But then there's also, and then there was the one where you were just on a flying thing, and with the actual like city, world, whatever, moving underneath you, and that's cool. That reminds me of some, like, I don't know, I got like Star Fox vibes and stuff. Like, it's cool. There's some neat stuff. They're definitely introducing some neat stuff in these. I am going to take a moment to see where I am in the playlist. Okay. So, we're about 12, 13 in. There's probably 80 of these. Let's keep going. Okay. Romantic memories, huh? That was an abrupt stop right there. Hold on. Gonna pause for a second. I know we only just watched one But I have to write something down so I don't forget. Okay. Alright, I'll talk about that later. Alright, let's go. Sight. That looks nuts. Yesh. I pronounced that probably perfectly. Oh, that's creepy. All right. Okay, new system elf. So, about that, do you get to actually play with chibi versions of the characters? Is that a thing? Or is it like a specific stage where you can? That's interesting. It's different. Sure. I don't know if what I said's accurate at all. Anyway, and also the stuff that I'm seeing here, I think some of it was limited, right? Or maybe a lot of it is? I don't know. I can't imagine that every single thing that I'm seeing right now is still playable in the game. I imagine that the outfits, as far as different versions of a character to switch up their playstyle or element or whatever you want to call it, those stay. But when it comes to like, oh, anniversary beach outfit, like that's probably an exclusive thing, I would imagine, right? That's just a guess though. Maybe everything is available and it's super generous and cool and they're not trying to get your money with FOMO. Who am I kidding? It's Hoyoverse. Of course they are. Anyway, so the thing that I really wanted to talk about, or at least mention at the very least, is Herrscher of the Void. It's kind of cool. Very cool. And whenever I see the name or that version of Caslana, I think it's awesome. And I can't help but think of the most epic snap of all time from that. I still think about that. I honestly, it's been weeks since I've watched a Honkai Impact 3rd anything, and whenever I do think of Honkai Impact 3rd, first thing is that animation of Herrscher of the Void doing the snap. That's what I think of with the music and how it just kind of just the echo. Oh man, just let's keep going. Oh. Well, that's not going to be helpful. The closed caption right there. That looked cool though. Vodka girls, what?
後ろは任せたわ、リリア。問題ないよ、ロザリア。今、リリア、ロザリア、パフォーマンス開始よ。ボッカガール、今日の公演大成功。 寝言は寝てからにして。ロザリアみたいなのチャプター1すら生き残れない。
All right, I'm gonna pause it again. Sorry. Oh, I'll let it play a little bit so we can have the characters on screen. There we go. Okay. Dreams of Gemina. I like it. I mean, a lot of these characters have great animation. I've talked about it before. For some reason, just the little bit that we got to see of these two side by side doing their combos, it was that I don't know, it looked like it flowed really well, and that it was definitely intended to look that way. It's why they have that shot in it, of course, right? Yeah, no, these characters are pretty cool. At least, at the very least, their animations. I don't know if they serve any purpose to the actual story itself. I would doubt it. I'm sure there's quite a few characters that are just here and don't really do much else for the story itself, which is fine. It's fine. Stuff like that does prevent me from wanting characters when they don't have a bigger part to play. But at the same time, for a game like this, you can't really help that too much, I think. And I'm sure there's plenty of side stories and mini stories or whatever. Like, I'm sure maybe it looks like there is some kind of story connected to them in some way. So maybe they do have like character stories. I don't know. Anyway, I can't help but think of, I don't know if it's the colors, because it's like sisters or whatever, that there's kind of like a demon thing going on or whatever that is. I can't help but think of panty and stocking. I don't know, it was the first thing I thought of. I don't know. Anyway.
本节目由天命财阀、逆商娱乐联合赞助播出，一切活动内容请以实物为准。这个世界即将迎来终结，千年的和平因神秘遗迹的出世而被打破，无尽的战火燃烧了这片被时光遗忘的大陆。各自怀着不可推让的理由，三个国度的统帅者对遗迹中心的宝物展开了殊死争夺。东大陆由传承千年的圣贤王所统治的古老帝国黄，西大陆由天使加护的英雄王所守护的神圣教国西克扎尔，海上由一统诸岛的海盗王所结成的海盗联邦耶梦加德。世界在这场暗无天日的战争中一步步走向灭亡，而你将左右这场战争的最终走向。苏醒吧，受到召唤的勇者！崩坏国际即将揭幕。
Okay.
希尔。
Showing parts of that cutscene.
眠ってブローニャお姉様。次に目が覚める時には全てが終わっているから。誰にも邪魔はさせないわ。それがお姉様なの。許さない。君は ゼーレ今会いに行きます。館長呼びましたか？ゼーレと一緒に遊びましょう。
That's a cool shot. Man, these are freaking crazy. And it's cool because, okay, hold on. You two, you're doing great. And I know what's going to happen and I'm very sad about it. Anyway, yeah, so I'm like, it's cool that I'm seeing these characters and I'm recognizing them and specific parts from trailers and such, but even just seeing their gameplay version, and I'm not going to remember any of the names of these versions of these characters and such, but you had the yellow and blue eye Kaslana. It said what, Drifter or something? I don't know, that one. It was cool because I remember watching where that became a thing, where it was, you know, there's the whole the void within herself kind of thing and trying to break free of that, but still like use the power but not get consumed, and it was a whole thing and had the blue and the orange eye, and it was crazy and it was really awesome. And it's a playable thing, and I didn't even really think about that. And now I see it and it's awesome. It's cool. Also, we saw a lot of Sealess stuff too before. I'm liking this dual sides of her kind of thing. Someone explained it to me at one point in time, and I apologize because I do not remember what that situation is anymore. It's hard to keep track of all these gacha games and the information within them, but I still like it. It's very cool, and that was an awesome splash page before where you saw her and her scythe, which is, scythes as weapons are so freaking cool, man. But then also the looming, ominous, red-eyed version of her up close behind her. That kind of I want to say art, but not art. That kind of layout, I suppose. Having like the character and then like the looming figure behind them kind of thing. Like, I like that. That's a cool thing. I my words escape me. It's neat. Damn. No! Oh god, that I feel that pain. That Okay, that was 20 seconds of pain. Oh, now it's another a minute and 32 of pain. Cool. Love it. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe just awesomeness. Throwing blades. I love it. Got like real fire on that. Purge the vile Honkai. Kevin，
欢迎来到圣弗雷亚嘉年华，在这里，你将会收获惊喜、美食、欢乐，以及世界第一可爱的我的德丽莎。在这里，你需要做的是放松、享受，忘掉所有烦恼。圣弗雷亚嘉年华，等候你的到来。本视频对一切活动内容概不负责，详情请致电咨询圣弗雷亚学园学园长热线。
Okay, so it does look like there's contests and
ご
exclusive
めんな
outfits.
さい。全部ゼレのせいです。やっとあの暗闇から抜け出せた。
Oh,
悪魔の声が聞こえる。どちら様ですか？私が誰かって。もちろんゼーレよ。あの悪魔が近づいてくる気がします。今は私がこの体の主よ。かくれんぼの始まりよ。見つけた。誰も私を止められない。
that's pretty cool with the floating claw hands. That's new. I haven't really seen that much before. That's pretty sick.
今優先させるべきことは天命の邪魔者を排除することだ。奴らは信州に人を派遣した。我々の計画を邪魔させるわけにはいかない。K423の行方は天命にとっても重要な意味を持つ。だから奴らに追わせればいい。よかろう。きっと驚くはずだ。
あなたたちの一挙手一投足は全て把握しました。
代わりに復讐してあげようか。お願い、もう一人の私。
結果はどうだ？私の欲しかったものが残されている。勝利は蛇にある。
Oh, this person, right?
人の色物とは見る、桜の花
Wonderful.
声よ大極丸下道六波開
Okay. Darkbolt, join in. I'm trying to find other things to say other than that was cool, because that's what a lot of reactors do. And I'm trying to actually give feedback that's worth it, even though I know I will be repeating myself a bunch. One thing that I need to talk about, that I keep trying to remember to talk about and keep forgetting to talk about, is the music. It's great. I don't know. I mean, there was a moment before, way earlier on, where we got like the choir going, and like that, those epic moments that have that, like it's always good. In the trailer that I saw, or whatever it was that I saw, it was good. Just now, showing this whole ninja vibe going on, at least with Yae Sakura. I think that was Yae Sakura. Yeah, and the music that was playing for that was a vibe, man. I'm such a sucker for the like classic instruments / traditional instruments and like more modern stuff. When you start combining like the electronic with the classical, it just gets me. And here we had the traditional, I want to say Japanese instruments, but it could be Chinese. I don't know. I want to say is it shamisen? That Japanese guitar. It could be originally Chinese too, and whatever. It doesn't. You know what I mean? Those sounds just, they get me. The brainworm is the neurons activate, and I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. And then when it gets all techie and stuff, it's with the not techie, the electronicness to it. Yeah, that. Anyway, I like it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's good. I want more of it, and I'm sure I'll get more of it. All right, let's continue.
很久以前，有一处古老荒芜之地，因为自然的恩泽而渐渐繁荣。然而盛世之下，不免暗潮涌动。背负黑暗的无名忍者，藏身于烛火，主持光明的正义之士，巡逻在街亭。谎言与伪装，逃不过宿命的重逢。 那突然现身的神秘女子，也在编织辞藻，监视人间种种。等等，再等一等，等到樱花凋落，约定的故事才要发生。
Okay. So it does look like they tell you these side stories and stuff, which I like.
「咲きし花はやがて土に帰る」「言い終わる天使声楽を分かつ」
That was so sick.
私は九章の中で人々の儚い一生を見てきました。
Man, the yin and yang, just eye candy, the swipes of power, there's the effects. No, stop it, I'm talking. Just just how they showed that, just it looked like they were brushstrokes, you know, doing the motion, and then you see like the wave of energy or whatever it's supposed to be, and it looks like a black paint stroke with white in it too, like streaks of white just cruising down, hitting the ground, and then you see the yin and yang symbol, and like energy bursts out, and it's still in that black and white mixture of cool effects. And oh, that was aesthetically pleasing. I enjoyed that a lot. I feel like you don't... Nope, what I'm about to say doesn't make sense. I'm gonna say it anyway. I feel like when you get to a lot of like eye candy stuff, like all these visual effects, all these swooshes and pows to and explosions to all these moves and energy and blasts and what have you, slashes from swords, shockwaves, whatever. When it comes to all that stuff, I feel like a lot of people would normally focus to, we need the bright color, we need the flashy color. And for the most part, I would agree. I would say yes, because I think color is very important. But just, I feel like when it's just mostly black, or the black is acting as a shadow to, or like a I don't want to say like a highlighter of, but you'll know what I mean, I hope, to whatever other color is there, it makes it pop even more. I think they do this in more recent Street Fighter games too. I think they use more like inky textures to certain things and moves or whatever that is. Maybe I'm mistaken. Could be a different game. But yeah, there's something about that that's so striking, and maybe it's because you don't see it as often as you do with the super bright colors. Not saying there's anything wrong with either of those things. It's just what I feel like I've noticed, and at least through these, all these characters have some kind of themed color to go with them and their moveset. And it's great. But now we got one which is very like just black and white, and then it was the yin yang thing. I don't know. It was great. It was that felt very unique to me. I like that. I know like the yin yang thing when it comes to characters with like fighting styles and stuff, that isn't that concept isn't necessarily new, I would say, but how I feel like it was portrayed here, I enjoyed that a lot. All right. Now, I'm sorry for interrupting. You may continue, Dawn of Glory trailer.
そろそろ終わりにしましょう。デュランガ、指示をください。覚悟してください。ここまでです。
That's crazy. I love it. Might have been the first character we've seen fight with like a lance or spear. In that way, anyway. That was cool. Also, I know it's Kiana. I keep saying Kaslana, which is like her last name, I think, but I should just say Kiana. I don't know. Forgive me. I'm gonna get the names wrong. The safest city in the world. With dreams of purity and endless possibilities. Oh, but this guy lives there. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. True heart in the silhouette. Okay, so this was about a new open world area. Is this the first playable male character that we're seeing? Is that Kevin? No, that's not Kevin. Is that Will? I don't know. That's... Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. So You know how I said before that the animations for the characters' moves seem to be getting better and better? This is a pretty good example of that. That looked nuts. That was crazy. I'm really liking the... And they showed it a couple times, but I don't know, maybe they switched up camera angles or whatever that is. I'm really liking the aerial assault moves that they got going on, where the character just kind of flies back up and they're attacking at an angle, and it looks super cool and epic. You had Fisticuff Girl there, and she's just pummeling something, and I don't even know what it was, because it just got pummeled so hard. And then we got Sword Guy. And whenever I see Sword Guy in Honkai Impact 3rd stuff, I'm thinking of Kevin. But I didn't know if that looked like Kevin. Would they let you play Kevin? What other guy has a sword? Do one of the Welts have a sword? I don't remember seeing him with a sword. He had a white coat, and that made me think of Welt from Honkai Star Rail. But I don't know. We're going to keep going. Wait, I want to read it. No. Let me read it. I can read. Believe me, I can. All right. The people I love, the people they love, and every single individual aware of their existence, and the ones who made me who I am. It's very sweet. This is going to be a wholesome message. I just know it. It's a destiny. And I shall offer everything I have to protect you. Dragon. That's so cool. That's so cool. I have to ask a really dumb question, and it's been bothering me for a while. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I know Kiana, right? I know Durandal, which is also Kiana, I think. Like OG Kiana, anyway. And then there's Rita. And Rita's popped up a lot in these, I think. I don't know who Rita is. I have no recollection of who Rita is. Is this like the... Is this the mother of her? Or something? Or not? I don't know. I honestly do not remember who Rita is. And I apologize if that's making people rage right now. If it is, kindly get over it. Second, I'm sorry. But yeah, anyway, I feel like I see Rita a lot, and I just can't put my finger on who exactly she is in the story. There's just it's a lot, man. It's just, anyway, sorry. She's cool. I just don't know who she is. I'm trying to remember. Damn. Oh, I remember this. Ooh. Oh, the after image of this. Ooh, that red with the black silhouette. That classic move. That. I'm not getting tired of this music anytime soon. Then they stop when I say that. Kevin has white hair, right? Sorry, I'm still on the whole Kevin thing. What? Excuse me? You can't just start showing me exclusive like dress and beachwear and like, oh, summertime gowns and outfits when you showed me 2 seconds ago a dragon fighting in the game, like gameplay of you controlling the dragon, right? Isn't that what I just saw? Excuse me? Hello? Hello and what the fuck? She's freaking riding Cypher the Sky Dragon, whatever the fuck its name is, and she's wrecking shop. I don't even know what she was trying to kill because the dragon took up the whole screen and it was just winning. Was this an event? You can't just be the dragon, right? Anyway, I guess it was all right. No, actually. All right, I'm actually going to pause here for a second to say some things. Man, okay, Hersher of Thunder, awesome. We got to see that. I mean, I figured we would get to seeing that character gameplay at some point, but it was really cool to see. Apparently there's a dragon involved. Whether that's all the time or not, still don't know. Maybe it's just that stage. But there's also I recognized or remembered that scene from a couple videos ago or whatever of Mei and Kiana kind of having that talk, and if I remember correctly, it's Kiana waking up after being in the hospital for a while. I think, did Mei get Kiana back from Durendal or something, or was given? I can't exactly remember. Anyway, Mei got Kiana back somehow. I remember Mei continuously taking L's throughout this whole entire story, which is very upsetting and unfortunate. But eventually, it's going to lead to them having their fight. If we didn't already see that, I'm all over the place. Anyway, in the room with Kiana waking up from whatever coma she was in or something like that, I remember there being a whole thing where Kiana only had so much longer to live, apparently. Something like that. Didn't she realize she was terminal? And they were having that message there where she's like, you know, it's like, I know my body better than anyone and stuff, and you know, like yeah. I mean, I don't know why I'm talking about it. It was literally right there on screen for us to look at, but I mean, I'm just bringing it up because I remember that, and it was a very powerful moment. I feel like it would be. Just even the concept alone to realize that you only have so much time left, and you have this friend, this loved one, just not wanting to tell you that, probably. Like it sounded like Mei did not want to reveal that information or say anything, and or maybe she did the whole like, oh, you're fine, you're gonna be fine, and it's like, no, I'm not, I'm dying, don't lie to me. I don't know if it went exactly down like that, I can't remember, but it seemed like that was the case. Otherwise, why would Kiana say, I know better than anyone? If that was her talking, I'm pretty sure it was. But then this eventually leads to the whole, you know, Hersher of Thunder fighting Kiana. I remember on that rooftop, and that scene, that cutscene was freaking fantastic with the choreography, the fight choreography for that. Just, oh man. I'm just getting all this rush of great moments, of what I consider great moments of what I've seen thus far, and I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. Like, despite not knowing a lot about this, I think I have like a general idea of a lot of it. I can get a lot of the stuff that's happening, but still, it's not as super fresh. It's not something that I've experienced over time, like a lot of the people who are watching this video right now, I imagine. But yeah, it feels cool to just even see these snippets and be able to call back to it even just a little bit and like recognize it and then remember how that is associated to the overall story, which I think is just there's a lot to it, and it's all very good from what I remember. Yeah, sure, there's some parts that probably still confuse me, but for the most part, from what I've been able to retain, I remember all the good stuff, and there's a lot of it. I mean, we see what's his face Otto pop up a bunch, and like finding out about his journey and all this and what he did, and just like, oh my god, like that's a whole nother discussion, which I've kind of had already, sort of, maybe. By the way, if you are new to the channel and you have no idea what I'm talking about, I have watched other Honkai Impact 3rd videos. And if that's something you're into, I recommend you go and check those out. I also do Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail reactions. I'm actually playing Genshin Impact. And yeah, I plan on reacting to more things in the future. I've had some recommendations for, what was it, Reverse 1999? I think that's what it's called. My apologies if I'm butchering the name. I also do Zenless Zone Zero reactions, so that's going to continue at some point. What else? I don't know. I am open to react to other stuff too. So if there's something you want me to see, feel free to write it in the comments down below. And other people who may see that comment, make sure to like it so it gets boosted, so I do see it. So we're not writing the same comment 6,000 times, but rather supporting the one that has the idea you would so want me to do. Or maybe reply to it. Anything. You just do what you want. What do you want to see me do? Anyway, let's continue. All right, so I'm going to watch a few more, and then I'm going to take a break, and I will resume this when I can. I'm just trying to keep it all fresh, so I'm not a blabbering mess, which I already am, but like a dead blabbering mess by the end of the video, because we've been going on for a bit. Anyway, let's watch a few more. Oh. Read it again. I like this Rita. That Rita gave me official vibes. Oh, background. Hold on. I actually want to read this. Rosemary's Floreograph. Floreograph? Flowergraph. New S-rank battlesuit event. A peculiar letter propelled mystery writer Conan Doyle and his partner Hua to set out for St. Fountain, the city of desolation. Awaiting them on their journey is a shocking case of serial murder. Oh, and the uglier truth behind it. Okay. Well, the outfit's cool. And I like the scythe. And there was a snake thing. Space. It's there.
「この果てしない夢の奥で変わり果てた自分を見つめる」
友か敵か選べ。
いろいろあった過去、結果は失敗のみ。守りたい人も皆消えてしまいました。骨に刻まれるほどの憎しみだけが生まれ変わるほどの成長を遂げさせます。
That's terrifying.
この手で世界を望むままに変えましょう。私がわからないのですか。キアナ、私は全てを変えます。
Oh, well, that's a little bad to reverse all creations. That would include me. And you. Yeah. So that happened. Man, the cutscenes are really good. They're really, really good. The other thing I wanted to bring up before I forgot was they showed that character, that little imp or cat or the with the pink hair and the tail, and before there was like there were twins or sisters or something like that. There was a pink one and a blue one. This was a pink and blue one. Did they fuse? Did they do the fusion ha? And they're one and the same now? Or we just or is it just the pink haired one with a little bit of blue mixed into her moves? I really did like how it was very neon colored. And not just that, but almost graffiti. Like when the moves would like impact something and you have the energy there, the blast when it would like connect or whatever, you would have like a little bit of like a paint splatter alongside them. It's a very nice touch. I once again, I don't know the relevancy of any of it, but it looks awesome, and I I just appreciate the details that are thrown in that go by so quick, but you gotta know how long that they've had to like been working on these things to make them look as good as they do, as fluid as they do. It's just very, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it just gets me because of my experience with animating stuff. I not so much on the game development side for me, but when it comes to designing and animating things, it takes a while. It takes like a long time, and it could be very tedious, especially depending on the job you are doing. If you are animating the thing, and if you're doing everything on your own, then forget about it. That's just, I mean, well, don't forget about it. Do it if you want to do it, and whatever. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time. Even if you have a team of people, you're all working on different things because of time, and it makes sense that way, and it needs to be pieced together, and it needs to work. It needs to work. You can't be animating a walk cycle while I'm animating a punch, and if our character doesn't look the same, then what the heck are we doing? This is a little different here, but even when it comes to like the special effects and stuff, and just trying to figure out like there's just so many characters and variations to these characters, and they keep finding ways to make them unique, like even that aspect of it. If it's my example before was more so towards character, that doesn't really apply here too much. It does a little bit, but not that much. But when it comes to the special effects, the visuals of the moves and stuff, they're very creative. They're still being extremely creative. The majority, I would say, yeah, I would say the majority of these characters, they look pretty unique. Maybe there is some stuff kind of copied here and there. I'm saying copied, maybe referenced or inspired by or whatever. And there's only so many moves you could do. So like if there's a ground pound here with a spear, there could be a ground pound there with like a fist to the ground or a kick or whatever that is. And like, sure, that's that kind of move. But they all look so good in their own unique way, and I can't stop gushing over that kind of stuff. It's one of the things that I look out for, right? Once again, all the music has been really great so far. I'm not much of a music guy as far as how to break it down and talk about it, other than like it makes me feel good. So there's that. I do plan on listening to music stuff in the future. I do really want to, but there's just more of this that I need to get through. That being said, we're probably around the halfway point, if not a little more. I'm sure there are. Well, I know there's plenty more to go. How much longer that's going to take, I don't know. You already do because you can see the end of the video. I can't. So consider yourself special? I don't know. Anyway, thanks for watching so far. I'm going to take a break and I'll hop back into this as soon as I can. So, with that being said, hang in there. I'll be right back. Hello, Internet. I'm back. And, yeah, that break turned into a few days. So, it's time to get back into this. Let's just do that.
この果てしない夢の奥で変わり果てた自分を見つめる
Wait, I just watched this one, didn't I? I did. Hold on. I just watched this one, didn't I? Didn't I? I'm losing my mind. Yes. Yes, we did. If I didn't, if I'm actually losing my mind, let me know. But I'm pretty sure we just watched that. I lost track. My bad. Is that like a weird bow kick thing that was... Yeah. Hold on. You did a... What was the thing you did? Was it back here? Hold on. Yeah, it was over here. Yep. Super kick thing, and then spear, and then... What? Jesus! Look at that! That's sick too. That's crazy. That, like, she just turned into a ballista. Might as well have. Bow out here. Their foot. And she's got her spear. Probably made of energy or something. I don't know how it works, but and then pulling back over here with it, and that's using her entire body to shoot this massive thing, and then it just wrecks. Done. If I was the enemy and I was hit by that, or not even hit by it, but I saw it, I'd just be like, you know what? I'm out. I'm just done. You're just gonna do shit like that? I'm out. There's no way. I'm not risking it. Oh, this is the Evangelion crossover. I just saw the top left. And now it's in front of my face. It's cool. All right. So I know I've been pausing. I'm not going to pause after all of these, but there are thoughts that I want to get out, and I should have a pen to write some things down when they go by. Yeah, collab concept trailer. That's cool. The thing with... Do I even want to get into this right now? I probably already have to. I think crossovers like this are... I've always been someone who never really understood crossovers very much. That's a weird thing to say, because crossovers can potentially be really cool. It's like, oh yeah, my favorite whatever characters and stuff are coming from this, and now they're here. And I know it's a crossover, and it's like, whatever, who cares? But for me, I'm just kind of like, but how does that... I think about the narrative too much. And whenever I see a crossover, I can't help but be like, oh, that's just not canon then. Not that it matters, I guess. I still think the idea of crossovers is very cool because of what it could introduce, and it's just fun. It's just fun, right? So, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with people just wanting to have fun. I get it. It's fine. I just can't help but think that's like its only purpose, because I like to also have fun when it also means something as well. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyway, as far as Evangelion goes, I think that's for Honkai Impact 3rd, that makes a lot of sense. You could tell that Honkai Impact 3rd has definitely been heavily inspired from Evangelion. As many things are inspired by Evangelion. Evangelion is huge when it comes to anime and all sorts of stuff. And character tropes that are around to this day, and mecha and alien stuff. And like, yeah, you know, I can't speak too knowledgeable about it, because my understanding of Evangelion is very... It's very little. I do know a lot, but it's one of those shows that I've kept trying to rewatch over and over again, and I keep dropping it. And although I appreciate and respect for the impact it had made, I'm just not into it, man. I know, maybe that's heartbreaking. Maybe it is. I don't know. I just don't. It's that's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. That's all I should say. Anyway, I still think it's cool that they have this arrangement. That they had this arrangement set up at that point in time. That's very cool. That's a lot better than whatever Genshin did with what's her face, Aloy. Yeah. God, what a waste that was. Anyway. Oh wait, let's move on like this. Oh, it would help if I had the video go. I'm sorry, I do have to say, they're showing more of it. Okay, I do have to say one thing, though. One more thing. I think crossovers specifically work for Honkai Impact 3rd, and maybe just Hoyoverse games in general, because of the whole multi-dimensional thing. If it's going to work somewhere, it's going to work when there's a premise of a lot of other worlds. So, I understand that. I just want to throw that out there before someone's like, well, actually, it can make sense. And I'm like, I get it. I get it. All right? Shut up. Anyway, don't shut up. Keep talking. It's fine. But I understand. It could potentially make a lot of sense. We're going to start again. god, this music. God, that bass! That was so freaking cool. Oh my god, these are getting a lot better. Oh no.
こんにちは。私たちの劇場へようこそ。レイブンズはしばらくお願いしますね。
鍵しばらく汝が持つがいい。また会うことになるぞハッカーよ。
あとはブロニーに任せてください。やっとちゃんとした相手が来ました。刺激が欲しいですか？あっ！ Time to say goodbye.
Very, Silver Wolf. That's what it's reminding me of, anyway. There is the Silver Wolf name in this as well. Like, it came from here, right? Pretty sure. It's like a form of piranha, right? I don't know if that's supposed to be the same thing. I see the puppets and I keep thinking of that cutscene that freaked me out from the other video. Outfits. Huzzah! Alright. Let's talk a little bit. So, every time there's something Sela related, Sela and her her darker side, I forget if there's a name. There definitely is. Like, yeah, it's badass. We saw some badass gameplay stuff. But when it comes to the cinematic stuff, I feel like it's very... Oh, a lot of this is in there. But it feels especially poetic with the symbolism and all that. Because I feel like when you are introducing that concept of, you know, like a darker side, that's usually the way to go about it. Because that in itself means, like, it stands for so many things and ways to look at it. Whether it's, I don't know. I don't want to just start saying stuff that just clearly isn't true. But what I am trying to say is that depending on, there's a lot that could be just straight up said, and there's a lot that could be open for self-interpretation. You know, it could go as deep as there's something symbolizing mental illness. There's something here symbolizing temptation. There's something here symbolizing just, it could be societal stuff for all we know. Like, you know, there's like all sorts of things that could be tied to when you are introducing or just having something in general of a like a darker half of something, of someone. And I wouldn't put past them if they were just like, oh yeah, there's definitely like a deeper image here, like a deeper meaning here, I should say. Or it could just be like, it's cool, and that's fine too. Maybe it's not that deep, but when you're showing the character like on a throne in a field of flowers holding the hand of a shadow, you're kind of like, I mean, it feels like this is pretty deep. I don't know. Anyway, it's really cool. I like that. Going back to some other things we saw Durandal's stuff with the bow is freaking crazy. I mean, that version of her seemed like she had a little bit of everything. She was dual wielding stuff. She was kicking stuff. She had her range, the explosions. She looked badass. I don't know. That's kind of amazing. You had the Evangelion crossover thing, which I already talked plenty about. I think it's cool. Seems like it's a lot of fun. We actually got to see Asuka. Like, she turned out to be a playable character, which is great. It wasn't just like, oh, someone you talk to in a little mini event. Like, no, you actually get the character, and that's awesome. It is very much like a Genshin Impact Aloy thing, but 1,000 times better. Sorry if that upsets anyone. It shouldn't. It's just fact. Anyway, and then beyond that, we had this. They're showing a lot of the puppet stuff, so I imagine we're at that part of the story, that's when I saw the cutscene of the threads and the silhouettes and people getting, and like, oh man, that. Yep, there's that. Her share of sentience. Her in-game model has a psycho face on it. Cool, I'm about it. And just really, really, really cool animations in general, with the ground splitting with the chains everywhere. Like, oh man, that's some good stuff right there. That's good. I like that. Okay, we're just gonna keep on going now. I just had to review what I was seeing. Like, it's just, oh man.
Wait, wait, don't
show me anything. Oh. You showed me something. I was trying to think, like, do I know that voice? And I probably don't. Anyway. Oh god, I'm not lying. Oh, okay.
異世界夕夜浄土断罪の行為あなたの運命はすでに我が手中の以前絡め取る当時の名のもとに夕夜の降臨すなわ
was in Honkai Impact 3rd. I knew official level.
世の乱れを切りつけて
That's pretty. I don't know pink-haired girl. I don't think she's a Genshin character unless I'm just being really dumb. Oh, World Traveler. Is there another Genshin-related one?
分かってた
If not, I'll
こんな日が来るって
try to.
今決着をつけよう
That was too short. I wanted more of that.
ようこそ高潔で純真な魂。あなたは過去を探求するために来た。しかし真実の礎石はすでに過去の土に埋もれている。ここはマッセ最後の楽土であり、失意者たちの墓地でもある。ここに存在しているのは少し興味を惹かれるようなお話だけ。遠い昔のこと、ヒーローになれなかった13人のお話。
この杯を広い天地に捧げましょう。いつまでもこの瞬間が続きますように。この世界が黄金のごとく輝きますように。
そこまでじゃ戦後。あの子はもう死んだのじゃ。これ以上殺しても何の意味もない。
殺しにもともと意味などないさ。だが彼らの死には意味がなきゃいけない。
死は命の終点じゃない。命は死によって進化し神聖するの。そう、私たちは人類とは何か再定義する。
ケビン、ヒーローが世界を救うわけじゃない。世界を救ったからヒーローと呼ばれるの。
しかし僕たちは知っている。この世界はもう救えないと。それでも僕たちはヒーローにならなければならない。
見て、彼らはあんなに誇らしげに生き、命で文明の昇華を奏でた。これは英傑と呼ばれた人々の話。13人の失意者が経験した未完の旅。けど来訪者、あなたの道は続いてる。そうでしょ？なら心のままに進みなさい。足跡をたどってあの火を追った旅を見届けるの。最後は死した者たちの墓を越え、私たちが作れなかった未来を作りなさい。
So I recognize that one, that I've seen it before, and that it's a concept trailer, so the things that were said aren't necessarily true, supposedly. Either way, still very cool.
Kiana、約束しただろう。お前は彼女には負けない。絶対にだ。
みんなが空に明かりを灯し、静かな夜を歩くための道を照らしてくれた。みんなが切り開いてくれた道に沿って前へと進んだ。美しい世界を守るために戦うよ。決戦の時は来た。
Okay. Oh, there's more of this. Okay, hold on. All right, now we get to the fun stuff. I have a gun! Sorry. That was just the vibe I felt with that.
あなたがここになれ、かつての私たちの旅に近づけてること。私はとても嬉しいわ。
状況は大体分かったけど、一つ大事な質問があるわ。あなたは誰なの？
Okay, going to pause for a second there. So one thing I have here is Fischl, the Genshin Impact thing. I did know that Fischl was is she still? I don't know. A playable character. Because it's a crossover thing, and the crossover things, I imagine they would tend to end. So I doubt you'd be able to get Asuka from the Evangelion crossover, but maybe with Genshin you could still get Fischl just because they're both Hoyoverse titles? I don't really know how that works. Anyway, Fischl is an option. Now, I heard one thing, and I'm not entirely sure if this is true or if this was just a theory or whatever this was, but I think I heard someone say that the Fischl in Honkai Impact 3rd is the real Fischl, while the Fischl in Genshin Impact is Amy. Imagining herself pretending that she is Fischl from this story, right? Which I forget what it's called specifically, but I did read it. That being said, I am very close, at the time of this recording, I am very close to playing the summer event, where it's the midsummer something, where it's Fischl's story. And by play, I mean reacting to it, because I can't actually play it. But I'm at that point where I get to see it relatively soon. And I am very much looking forward to that. I think Fischl is a very interesting character. And I want to know more about what that situation is. Either way, seeing Fischl in Honkai Impact 3rd seemed pretty cool. Don't know what having Paimon there really serves. I imagine it had something to do with the event itself, but not necessarily anything to do with Fischl as a character once you have her. Kuching, I had no idea was an Impact 3rd at all. But yeah, she is, I guess. Cool, good. And then, like I said, the whole 13 that was a, was it 13? I can't, my brain right now, guys. I'm sorry. That Elysia concept trailer. What to take from that as fact, if anything, I don't know. Either way, still very cool. You get your hints, seeing these characters here and there. And then also, I shouldn't say hints if they're not canon, but you know what I mean. You're being hinted to at the very least who the 13 are, I suppose. They're straight up telling you the names on screen. And then there is what we just saw this one. This is, yeah, Hersher Flame Scion. Cool. Yeah, we have our Kiana, and this is Kiana when she is essentially wielding her master's blade, right? Her master's sword. It was a big epic moment in that cinematic that I saw, which was also the one that like terrified me with the dolls and like, but then she goes into like this crazy hyperdrive mode, and it's very emotional, and wow. I imagine that's what this is, considering we have the word flame thrown in there, and she had a sword that looked very similar, if not the same, as her master's. I want to say Himiko, but I'm getting stuff mixed up in my head again, but I'm going to say Himiko for now. Yeah. Anyway, great. Great stuff. Looks very, for lack of a better word, epic. Let's watch a few more before I break again.
私はずっとここにいて、あなたが前へと進むための灯火を灯してあげるわ。
メイド、今の時代にこういう花はまだ存在しておるのか？
ここは私たちの世界、私たちの楽園よ。
こんにちは、実験体。現実にお帰りなさい。
これほど美しい花、あなたにまばゆい祝福を送るわ。お花をあげるわ。楽しいことをしましょう。私を見ててね。はあ、人類という存在の形は死ぬまで真理にたどり着けないのね。
I'm taking notes.
お願い、死なんといて。お願いやから。
Honkai Odyssey 2. Now, was that a new chapter? So, okay, so that was an actual chapter, I guess. Okay. That looked really epic. That was crazy looking. Yep, auto.
以上、このオットーアポカリプスは本日をもって天命司教の座を退き、組織を抜けさせてもらう。
しぶりです、お寿司様。
そろそろ約束を果たしてもらおう、古き友よ。僕は来たよ、カレン。今日は僕の天命主教としての最後の日だ、デュランドル。あとは君に任せたよ。
承知しました、主教様。
旧天命本部カロスタン、おじい様はわざとここを選んだの。
君には礼を言うべきだ。そうだろう、ヨルムンガンドの狩猟よ。
礼などいらない。刑事の鍵、僕にとってはもう何の役にも立たない。
蛇は簡単には諦めない捕食者なのよ。逃げないで。次の実験体はあなたなんだから。見たことのない新しい品種ね。いや、私はどこにいるでしょう。
どけ、私の時間は高いぞ。背後に気をつけるんだな。すぐに楽にしてやる。
Okay, let's talk a little bit. There's several things. There's several things. Wow, this was a crazy one. This was a crazy one. Okay. Oh, I found out who. Well, I don't know if I found out, but in between recordings for this, Rita, I think that's her name. Very basic information. Apparently, she's Durandal's friend, but she's also very very neutral. Like, not really like. I mean, I guess you could say a lot of people aren't really good or bad. Like, you know, there's the shade of gray and stuff. But maybe her allegiance is a little or whatever. I don't know. Like, she seems kind of very friend to Durandal, very mysterious. So I'm like, okay, I don't think she serves a huge purpose for the actual story itself, but they really like her because she keeps coming back and with different versions of herself, and sure, that's fine. Anyway, I could be wrong about that too, but based on the one sentence I found, there was that. So, things to talk about. Did I already talk about Fischl? Yes, I did. I already talked about Fischl. Okay. Other things. Okay. Enemies. I already mentioned this a little bit before. I believe. But earlier on, I remember saying something about how I thought the enemies were kind of very staticky. Not really moving around too much. You just sort of wail on them and then they're gone. That's what it looks like in these. However, what I didn't consider which I am now, is that could just be on purpose to showcase the moves for these trailers and such. Honestly, I highly doubt it, but I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and be like, maybe the enemies aren't just droning around sluggishly waiting for you to just destroy them. Maybe they are dashing and moving around a bunch and actually trying to hit you and stuff. Yeah. And I'm sure, hopefully, I would hope that the bosses would also be moving around a bunch. Once again, I don't know, but we saw a moment where you had pink-haired elf lady with the bow firing at, I think it was Raiden May? But Raiden May was just kind of standing there. So that got me a little, like, nervous, where I was like, oh man, are the bosses also super like Raiden May's gotta be, like, if you're gonna fight Raiden May, I mean, she's gotta be a boss, right? I don't know, but it just seemed like it. And if she's just standing there, that's pretty rough. It's like not good. So I hope that there would be more moving around, and they just picked moments to showcase the movesets, obviously, of the character that they're not there to show off what the boss does. They're there to show off what the character that they're trying to sell to you does, right? So there's that. Benefit of the doubt. But I just had to point out there that I saw some things that I would hope move around, not move around. And that got me like, oh, okay, that's but it is what it is, I guess. What did I mean when I wrote this? Oh, that was part of it. Okay, never mind. Sorry. That was part of something else. Auto. Yeah. What can I say? We've already talked about auto extensively in other videos, I think. Or maybe those are just the voices in my head telling me about auto. Could be the case as well. I wouldn't put it past myself. I think Otto is from what I've seen, a very well-written character. People often get that confused, because you can like a character, but you can hate them. You know what I mean? And then some people lose their mind anyway, because they're just like, no, they're a bad guy, that means I hate the character too. Like, it's different. They're different things. You can appreciate good writing even if the character is bad. And maybe I have talked about all this before. I probably have in other videos. I just don't remember if they were Honkai Impact related or Genshin related, so I'm repeating myself potentially. But, like, for example, when you have, like, you know, there's Batman and the Joker, right? In my opinion, the Joker's a much more interesting character than Batman. Batman is, like, my favorite superhero. I like Batman a lot. But the villains in Batman are so much more interesting. They just, and it's like, yeah, of course you're going to root for Batman to win. But whenever you see the villain on screen, like the Joker, you're just kind of like, what the hell are they doing? Oh my God. Like, you know, like there's something there. There's something about them. They're written to be presented a certain way and to carry themselves a certain way, just to act a certain way, to do things, and like just all that stuff. So, like, I don't know. There's sometimes, if done well, villains could potentially be the most interesting part of a story. As I mean, you still have to. There's got to be more than just like, I'm bad and want to destroy the world just because. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. There should be a reason why they would want to destroy the world, or whatever that is. And we have Otto here, and we know he's got his reason, and he does a bunch of terrible things through years and years and years and years to eventually, what I've heard, what I've kind of seen, successfully, like, he succeeds. He actually gets it. Or he gets what he wants. And in doing so, like, just is kind of a savior, but at the same, it's so tough. I don't think it's great to agree with the idea of the end justifies the means, but it makes for great storytelling. And that seems like that's Otto's big arc, what I imagine. But I just had to throw that out there because even though I haven't played the game myself, maybe my opinion would change. Of course, I'd probably go through the motions like, I hate you, Otto, and like, oh man, Otto's so crazy, cool. I don't know how I'd react. I'd have to see it for myself, right? I'd have to actually be in the moment, experiencing it, and just like seeing how everyone else's, all the other characters are taking in what's happening and stuff, because it could be very heart-wrenching when you come up to certain things and just curse Otto with every fiber of your being. But I think even just because people keep talking about him, that makes him a really well-written character. So you could go into the comments and be like, fuck Otto, I hate Otto, stupid character, blah, 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 blah. You're talking about him. He impacted you somehow. Haha, Honkai Impact 3rd. They got you 3 times. I don't know what the last 3 are there nope, I lost it. I lost the joke I was trying to make. It's gone. Anyway, we're moving on. That's what I want to say about that. I don't know as much as I probably should. Yes, I have read a lot of your comments of people trying to help me and fill me in, and I appreciate that. However, I can barely remember what I've had for breakfast. So, yes. That's the state I'm in. Anyway, other than that, I just want to bring up the music again because I feel like it's one of those things that I don't really talk about. I keep trying to talk about it, but all I have to really say is like, oh, I really like this sound, and that's it. And it kills me on the inside every time I do that because it deserves to be spoken about so much more. I really do appreciate what they are doing with the music. How, like, the vibe just changes a lot depending on what they're showing. And I also noticed that there's some other things that they're doing. Like, now we're getting into a little more. Before we had like some of like the classical mixed with electronic stuff, but now that electronic stuff isn't just electronic, but now we're actually moving into like dubstep territory. And that's one of those things where I remember I whenever I'd hear dubstep before, I didn't understand it. I was very like just old man boomer, just kind of like, I don't get dubstep. It's just noise. And then I'd actually listen to it. I'm like, okay, actually this is kind of baller. Depending, I guess. I think it's best when there are visuals to go with it. Cuz it just really, I don't know. They have their drops and that makes things more impactful. And then when you just have the moments when everything just lines up, the visuals and the audio, when it just lines up and it matches, and it looks and sounds wonderful, and it makes you feel great. Anyway, that's my really bad look into the music. I just remember through a few of these, there were just some moments where I'd be like, oh damn, that I felt that in my chest in a good way. Yeah, so there's been that. Kevin, sorry. And then okay, yeah, then there's some other characters here. what's her name? I don't know her name. It was like one of the last things I was paying attention to because there were so many other things to pay attention to. Snake Lady. Yeah. Infinite Ouroboros. I don't think that's just her title, or is that her name? Hold on. Yeah, and then she's just kind of doing her float sit the whole time, and you got the inky stuff and the spikes and the snakes, and I'm getting like a crazier oh my god, what's the name of that? Just because of the snake thing and like the green energy, I'm thinking of Medusa from Soul Eater. I mean, a different vibe with how she's like presented, but like the theme kind of matches. Yeah, anyway. Soul Eater, great show by the way, until the end. The end kind of sucked. Anyway, but Medusa, we're not gonna get there. We're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep going. Yep. And then we have this badass. Wait, hold on. Okay, I was gonna say this isn't Rita, right? This isn't. They're not showing Rita again, are they? But like even crazier and a certain way. I need to. Okay, we're just gonna keep going. Yeah. Anyway, yep. Just.
一時の方向に謎の反応を検出。100以上の不明生命体だと考えられます。ハイペリオン手法、チャージ完了。ご指示を。ハイペリオンの戦闘員を3つのチームに分けて。みんな最後まで戦おうとせず、あと12時間で彼を止めるわよ。
趙雲、もう決めました。私は明日に向かいます。すべての過去を持って。
I remember seeing that character earlier. I'm trying to remember what's different.
よく頑張りました。キャロル・ペッパー隊員。あとは私に任せてください。
Okay.
「私が守りますから、隊員。住人が生活していた痕跡はあるものの、誰一人いません。そろそろ探索を始めましょう。全開。アルティメットブレイド完全解放。フィールド展開。 モード起動。ファイナルショット。制約の十字架起動。
Man, that transition into this music, that was... Right.
当一个人真正想改变世界的时候，才会发现个人的力量是多么渺小。想要拯救唯一的他，我知道。世界的恶意就以恶神来斩断吧。
I'm having all sorts of things I'm going to want to talk about. Oh boy, oh boy.
"愛しい我が子よ、その力はあなたの罪じゃない。あなた一人で背負う責任でもないの。パパは私に勝てないんでしょ。これからは私も一人前のカスラナだね。私一人で大丈夫。キラコお願い。私は誰にも負けません。目覚めよ、聖魂の中の獣。人間こそがあなたの本当の主です。英雄は死にません。その意志は代々受け継がれます。天元の道、ここにて切り開け。
Just on a horse, okay. Yeah. Me on a dragon before, so yeah, why not?
走れ、フリシュラ。
星々の温度を感じましょう。炎よ、踊りなさい。群水よ、ここに集まれ。
Again. Okay. Now we are going to pause just for a little bit so I can talk about stuff. Yeah. Just like there we go. She's on a horse. She's pretty badass. Is she always on the horse? Didn't look like she was always... Wait, is this a different character? Oh no. Wait. That's a different character. That's not the same. That's not the... Right? That's not... That's not her. No, that's not the same. Right? No, different character. Okay. So we just have a character who's on a horse. Sure. I'm okay with that. A couple things, not a lot. I mean, well, there's a lot, but a lot that I've already said. Even this is going to be a lot that I've already said. All right. Before I laughed, I said something about the transitions, and I just have to talk about it for a quick second here, because you have such epic music right? In a lot of these, because they're showing combat, it's all sorts of action. It's crazy. There's all sorts of just these effects, and just, it's really setting the mood with like how intense sometimes the music gets. And then it always shifts into like their little like event stuff or like new outfits or whatever that is, and you go from like action, doom, suspense to la 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 la, and like that transition, like it's like the transition, like it works, but it's so sudden. And I'm over here like I was so caught up into all this other stuff that was happening, and then you throw like maid outfit in my face, and I don't know what to do. Now I'm confused in body and soul, and I'm just I don't. What do you want from me? I know what you want from me, but that's not. I can't give you my money. Okay, so the other thing is, man, yeah, I don't know. It was something auto related, but I've talked so much about auto. I'm not sure. But it was auto related, and I wish I remembered what it was. I'll remember once I hit play again. I know I will. Is or was Otto ever a playable character, or no? Not a lot of guys are in Honkai Impact 3, it seems. I've only seen like maybe 1 or 2, and I still don't know if they're playable at this point in time. And that looks like one of the welts. That's not Bronya. You know, so I don't really know. All right. There was something else, but I'm just so. Let's see. Where are we in this right now? Okay. We got a bunch more, so we're gonna. Ooh, we definitely do. Okay, let's get back to this. Let's watch a handful more before I interrupt again.
何を考えてるのか分かってる、ライデン・メイ。やめておいた方がいい。永遠にね。
これらの矢は渡りガラスが残したもの。
戻ってくれ、二人とも。
同行者が1人増えても君は気にしないよね。見逃さないでね。人でも物でも報酬が十分なら手に入れてあげるよ。
あなたは何が欲しいの？
簡単だよ。メイの姉ちゃんと友達になりたいんだ。行くよ、カンちゃん。猫の俺もしたよ。いけ、カンちゃん、叩き潰せ。少しサボってもバレないよね。
I don't know how I feel about the cat noises. I'm not. Did that say tipsy hour? What? There's all these little things that pop up every once in a while, and I'm over here just like, I don't know.
ここに来てしまったの。見知らぬ旅人。
A concept trailer, okay. Into the Deep. I might have already seen this, I don't know.
雲、青と白。まだ描いてない部分はあなたの好きな色。あなたの色で描きたいの。 ヒーローにはヒーローの生き方、凡人には凡人の生き方がある。他人のように生きるのは、別にダメってわけじゃないけど、本当に必要なの？
大地はウロを求めたが、俺たちは出発前の祈祷を捧げることしかできなかった。動き出せ。英傑の名を背負ったのはそれを終わらせるためなのだから。
現実は絶対じゃないし唯一でもない。結局現実は精密に動作してる機械に過ぎない。ならば私たちの手で徹底的に解析し、そしてただ一つの奇跡を作り出そう。
ほら、あなたの色、もう覚えたよ。行きたい場所があるの？大丈夫、行っていいよ。でも帰る道を忘れないでね。少なくとも彼女の部分を書き終える前に。
私が哀愁の城に入り、私が永劫の苦に落ちる。迷える旅人よ、振り向きなさい。まだ私たちに絡みつく糸を断ち切りたくないから。
Wow. All right. Yeah, concept trailer Into the Deep. Jeez. That was, I mean, it's so rough sometimes seeing these concept trailers. I mean, they're great, don't get me wrong, but because they're just concept trailers, not that it really matters for me, because I don't really know what I don't fully know what goes through and what doesn't, what sticks. I imagine the characters that we see do. But it's weird because you can have them say all sorts of cryptic stuff and you can dwell on it, and then none of it means anything because it was a concept trailer. And then I go back and I think, like, why though? Why would you say all these cool things? And I just don't now. It might mean nothing. I'm not sure. And what I mean by how that doesn't really affect me is because, I mean, there's so much that I don't know still. I feel like I do know quite a bit, but at the same time I don't. But if I were to actually, like, take the time to look into things, I wouldn't know what to consider as actually part of anything versus not. Or can you accept the concept trailers because there's potentially theories based around them because of multi-dimensional stuff? I don't know. I'm not sure, you know? Yeah. So there's that. Anyway, something came up, so I'm going to take a quick break, but I will be right back. Okay, so we're back. Hi. I just realized I'm not sure how long this video is at the moment. It might be reaching 3 hours, if not over at this point. I think, maybe not, but this is going to be a long one. I apologize if this turns out to be a 5-hour video. At the same time, not really. Anyway, let's keep going. But there's a lot to get through. I'm going to try to do it.
私より弱いみたい。いけるかも。カンちゃん、ちゃんとついてきて。いけカンちゃん、叩き潰せ。カンちゃんいけ。気をつけて、猫が降ってくるよ。はい、どういう状況？全然楽勝じゃない。ごめんなさい。すぐ行くから殴らないで。少しサボってもバレないよね。うわー、私たちの勝利だよ、カンちゃん。カメラの邪魔、カンちゃん。
あなたはずっと本当の指針の書に守られた秘密を探し求めてきた。第13律者の居場所、そこに行く資格をあなたは持っている。
ここはあらゆる美しさの象徴。彼らが目にしていたのは全て私だけど、ありのままの私じゃないの。私が全部教えてあげる。第13律者エリシアの全てを。
楽にして。ここでは誰もあなたを傷つけたりしないから。心と体を私に任せなさい。苦しみの中で心を入れ替えなさい。目覚めなさい。クイルがいい。消滅する時に
今黄金のように輝きなさい。星が光り輝くわ。やっ休止符を打ちましょう。
Okay, this transition to the extra stuff wasn't that jarring. It actually made sense that time. Man, I'm gonna pause you. Sorry. Okay, so real quick, the gun character that we just saw, this Golden Diva, already forgetting the name. She was dual wielding these pistols. That was cool. And specifically what I liked about that is, I don't know if there's any sound cues in the game for when it happens, but at least in the trailer they matched up her shooting with the piano, like, because there was a part where it's like dun 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 dun, and it was matching with her bam 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 bam, you know, and that looked really cool. She also had like the music notes around her when she was firing off and stuff, and I don't know, that very good editing at the least for that right there. There are other things I like too, of course. Oh right, the other thing sorry. The cat character that we saw. I have expressed my, I feel like I have like a love-hate view when it comes to like cat characters. And those who have watched my channel for a bit know where I'm going with this. The more, I think the more subtle it is, the better. And if there's all these things that they're doing that scream to you that they're a cat, you know, if that's too much, then it kind of ruins it for me, because I don't know. It just a lot. I feel like a lot of cat characters are portrayed to be the same kind of character, and that's unfortunate because I don't know. Like you could just do so much more with that. This one though, I'm not entirely sure how I feel, because there's not, as far as her design goes, from what I've noticed, there aren't things on it that scream to you saying that she's a cat. Like her outfit and whatnot. For example, you could take another cat character like God, what's her face? Diona from Genshin? Yeah. When I did a character design tier list, I think she was probably one of the last people on that tier list, if not the last one. She was pretty down there because I just hate her design so much. It's so fucking stupid. Excuse me. It's not cute. It's like she's a cat girl, and all her clothes on her is just like reminding you that she's a cat, because she'll have like cat-shaped buttons and cat-shaped ribbons and paw prints and just everything on her person that's like cat themed. I'm a cat. I'm a fucking cat. Like, I get it. Shut up. So, and then it gets worse when you start mixing the mannerisms, like the stretch, and like if there's something like they might yawn or go like ow, and you're just like, come on, just why can't there just be some aesthetic, but not to the point where I feel like I'm stupid. Like I get it, you know. This character is not exactly the same as that at all. However, there are some things that I couldn't help but like just think about, where I'm just like, is that too much? Like, I don't know if I really like that. And I thought about it, and what it was the most is that I don't like, and people will hate me, but that's, I'm used to this, that I don't like her cat companion. I think that's what pushes it over the side for me. She could have just not had that, and she would have been better, in my opinion. But maybe the little cat companion actually means something. Maybe that is important. I know people would say like, how dare you, that so-and-so character name, cat companion name is adorable and cute, and you must hail Satan for thinking otherwise. And you know what? Maybe I do, but what are you going to do about it? Nothing. It's just, my issue with it is that this is my issue with it. I figured it out. It's the voice. It's the voice that they gave the little cat companion. Because the whole time, until the very end, I thought it was just her. It probably is the same voice actress. Can't guarantee that. I don't know, and I don't care enough to look it up. But I didn't know the difference between her going meow and the cat thing going meow, and like I just don't know. Like I didn't. Yeah. Is it a big deal? No. Am I gonna talk about it anyway? Yeah. Just because. It threw me off. I wasn't sure. And I think it was just worse that it's obviously a person making a cat sound, when that sound would probably come from the person who is part cat and not the actual cat thing itself, which would probably sound more like a cat. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I said, it doesn't matter. I just had to rant about cat characters because they were introducing this one, and I couldn't help but just be like, man, I just don't. I'm really on the fence because I want to like them, but there's just some things that are holding me back because they're just going in that direction where I'm like, it's a little too much. Not necessarily with the design like Diona, but with other things such as the mannerisms, and then, but you have this other thing that is the cat mascot that it's kind of like, it's not necessary. I get it. We're trying to be cute, but it's, I don't. Oh, it's whatever. It's okay. We're gonna just move on now. Now that I got everyone to hate me. We're just gonna move on. Yeah, because that works. Okay, so next one.
とても美しい花でしょ。まるで彼女のように。私はこれをずっと持っているの。これを見ると彼女の様子、笑顔、すべての人への愛を思い出せる。
いらっしゃい、かわいいお客さん。君たちの前にいるのは100年に1人の天才、今世紀で最も偉大な魔術師。消えた人たちは星になって私を守ってくれてるってアポニアお母さんが言ってた。でもそんなの嫌。私もみんなと一緒に自分自身の色を持ちたいの。ナイトさん、この絵の具ちゃんと受け取ってね。F で私に服従しなさい。
Those paint attack animations were on a whole nother level, and I love it. That was so cool. That was awesome. I was about to make a comment like, this girl's just chilling and painting, you know, whatever. And then she does that, and I'm like, all right, she's probably one of the coolest characters now, just because of that.
だったら君の秘密も最も盛大な形で幕を開け、そして最高の姿で幕を閉じるべきだと思う。私は君を信じる。それが来たの。この古の楽園の中に神職の律者はもう降臨した。あなたの顔に死を決意した表情が現れたから。
僕に騎兵として死んだふりをしてほしいのか。
もちろん。何せ私は詐欺師だからね。お客様、ようこそお越しくださいました。さてショーを始めよう。ボーン。ショーの開幕だ。これぞ奇跡の轟き、ご清聴あれ。すべてを消し去る。
Yeah, so she's got all sorts of contraptions and Gatling guns and damn. I'm starting to wonder when you see characters with like these mounts of sorts, that is that just part of some kind of special or something? But then we saw an animation that looked like her ultimate, so I don't know.
私たちが別れた日もこんな月夜だったわね。私は知ってる。戦う時に輝く人たちのことを。それらは心に刻まれるべき瞬間だから。私も人々が織りなす真我を愛する。
私の名はエリシア、最初の律者。その律者 私で終わる。
Damn.
エリの姉ちゃん。
What? Was that Kevin approaching another Kevin that looked more demon? Do we have two Kevins? We probably have.
彼女は全力で最も盛大な閉幕にすると言った。さらに自分の記憶で過去に新たな希望を与えたいとも言ってくれた。メイの熱い心に私も全力で応えなきゃね。はーい、また会ったわね。そこにいる美少女さん、私と一曲踊ってくれない？おめかしした私にドキッとした？逃がさないわよ。今あなたの記憶、みんなの記憶がすべてここにあり混ざり合ってるの。さあ、最も華麗なダンスを見せてあげましょう。ひらめきよ、大地を照らして。遅いわね。この程度なの？本気にならないといけないように。
燃えなさい、栗から。
星々よ、ここに降臨せよ。
I don't know, man. When you have someone show up and they're just like, yeah, it starts and ends with me. Maybe I should start taking this seriously. This is where stars fell. I don't know. You're kind of dealing with a badass, I guess, right? Maybe just a little bit. Then again, she is the Hersher of human ego. So, yeah. But at the same time, being a Hersher in general, I imagine that usually when a Hersher is to talk shit, they have probably most rights to do so, just for being how badass they tend to be. So yeah, there is that. But I mean, Raiden May's also a Hersher, at least in that form, right? So there is that too. Is the Hersher of human, pink hair, she's the same as Miss Pink Elf, whatever, Alicia, right? Is that Alicia? Anyway, I'm all over the place once again. Sorry for the confusion. Let's continue. That's crazy.
伝説の極楽浄土は今降臨しようとしている。この福音を耳にした全ての人たちは限りなく真実に近い幼少の証を手に入れる。
ここは月？
ケビン、あなたの目的は一体何？
友か敵か選べ。
無常自在の一番弟子リース社ご指導を。激流いえ狂乱。この拳法はめったに見せないんだから。パンケーキシュー三尺の水雲を出す。博士、本当に割に合うと思うのですか？
That's really terrifying, right there.
英語を回帰する沈まない船にとって新たな始まりは相反する2つの意味を持つ。終焉に封じられた無限の時間の中、そういった争いは何度もあった。そして最後の一戦ももうすぐ始まる。彼女たちが唯一の可能性に触れ、自分たちの物語を残すことを祈ってる。私はそんな未来を夢見てるんだ。アイハイペリオンラムダ出撃。支援を開始する。エイマーシステムパワー最大変化。
I really like that move where she'd be doing some kind of flip in the air and she would catch her chakra, whatever it's called, with her heel, and she'd like fling it into the enemy or just straight up slam it down on the ground and create like a shockwave. That was pretty cool. I like that. That was
気を
good
悪く
animation.
するかしら。でも断りの律者は大した存在じゃない。
Best one so far. No, I have no idea what happened. It's alright.
夢に引き寄せられるのは甘味を貪るアリだけとは限らないようだな。
性能革新装置修復完了。起動準備に入ります。
縁のはるばるお越しいただいた彼女たちを歓迎しよう。
テレサ、久々に肩を並べて戦ってみないか？
ブローニャはみんなのために世界を再定義します。解析完了。ブローニャがとどめを刺します。重装ウサギ火力援護起動。これが過去と未来のシンフォニーです。解析完了。セキュリティプロトコル閉鎖。 星が砕け散る様を見たことはありますか？
それでもその覚悟はできたのか？
これは聖魂計画に改ざんされた世界。70億の意志が紡ぐ巨大な網、終焉の力による過程。人類には抗う術などないのかもしれません。相手は反論を許さぬ真理なのかもしれません。ですが人類の真理は必ず変わる。これこそが人類の唯一不変の真理ですから。時は来ました。あなたに挑んでいるのは真理の名です。敵発見。重装火力援護起動。エネルギー解放。全エリア放火。反応検査で一掃します。弱点確認。デフォルトモジュール起動。搭載武装ファイヤー。真理の名をもって過去を超えます。リチャージワンツーファイヤー。
Giant railgun.
聖魂計画。所詮この程度。ブローニャはみんなのため世界を再定義します。
Looking forward to it, Bronya. You do you.
終焉の権力、世界のあらゆる輪廻は君たちの前にある。しかしそれを背負う能力、必要だ。
そんな小さな願いが前へと進むための力になってる。私たちは律者になったけど、それでも人間のままだ。
今の願いはこの完璧じゃない物語を完璧に近づけること。人類の灯火はあんたの手にもある。一撃必殺。ここが私のホームグラウンド。攻略展開。
真我の道、それが起源の意味を。兵は火のなり。逃がさない。先陣一式ファイナルフェイス。キュードさん終焉降臨。
Whew. So, okay, yeah, I gotta hold on. No, I wanted that screen. So, Hersher of Truth, Finality, and Origin, right? And that's Bronya, Kiana, and May, where these are like final form status, if I'm remembering correctly from what I've seen. Like, I don't remember if there's any other transformations beyond this. This is part 1 of the finale, so maybe there is more in a part 2 or 3. I don't really know. I'm seeing things, though, that I don't recognize from other stuff. Like the guy with the white hair, but like demonic horns and stuff. That is Kevin, right? Or a version of him? I don't remember seeing that version of him like that in anything before. And maybe that was on purpose. But I could have also just missed it. Maybe it was spoken and not necessarily shown. I don't know. I mean, in this video that I'm recording for you guys, like, I remember seeing that obviously in a few other little teasers or trailers or whatever, but I'm talking about before this recording, before this video, in other Honkai Impact 3rd videos. But yeah, this is, I mean, these forms of these characters right now, pretty sick. They're pretty sick. I don't really know what else to say about it other than, oh man. Something that I like. I'm gonna talk about things that I like. Why not? Let's just do that. The wings. Just the floating wings off to the side. Yeah, that's freaking cool. Her armor still has a very, I mean, there are more exposed parts and such, but I'm still feeling I'm still feeling like samurai armor a little bit. Obviously a lot more ornate. There's fabric on it and whatnot that's very pretty and things trailing off of it. But still with, I mean, there's still some touches here and there. Or at least it's placement. It's hard to say. But I still feel that vibe a little bit. Yeah. And then just in contrast to that with Bronya over here, she's very, like, her moves and stuff are very tech based compared to these two, it seems, where she is materializing freaking railguns and cannons and all sorts of lasers and rifles and just targeting enemies and blowing them up. Like, she is a Gundam without being in a Gundam. And it's really cool. Anyway, just wanted to share my thoughts on some of the stuff I picked up on them, or just like in general that I've seen with them. Words were said, I think. I do have some to use. Version Kiana coming soon. Okay, we're getting another Kiana. Sure, why not? Never mind. Never mind. Final version? Pfft. What do I know? Nothing. What the fuck was that? Alright, don't tell me. Keep your secrets.
Hannou検索一掃します。出発の時間だよ。終焉よ、私と共にあれ。
来光、ここに現れなさい。これが私の選んだ道。
どうやら 君たちは確かに相応の資格を持っている。しかしそれを背負う能力が必要だ。
怖がらないで、私がいるから。全力で戦おう。見せ場だね。
Oh, that's crazy. That's a new way to do the wings.
これを食らえ。
醜悪を断ち切る。真我の道、それが起源の意味。
未来はまだ実現されていない想像です。真理の名をもって過去を超えます。くらえ。ファイナルテンス。
今よ。
終焉。降臨。一撃。必殺。
Oh man. Another concept trailer, okay.
れたままだね。ここも奪い尽くされちゃったんだね。手がかりはゼロ。これが無謀者のやり方なんでしょうか。どうやら近づいてほしくない人がいるみたい。いろいろあったからいっぱい書いちゃいました。踊りましょう。音楽が鳴り止むまで。テンポを上げて。ごめんなさい。準備はいいですか？リズムに合わせましょう。
Okay. Oh.
ゼレ、私たちは一体。
Oh. Good night. Well, yeah, that's a thing. When it comes to, so there's something about, let's actually get, let me see your face maybe. How about maybe? Yeah, sure, why not? With this character, Valkyrie of Quicksand, I think it was. I think when they get into this kind of theme, such as Genshin and Sumeru, or there's plenty of other games that, you know, you get into like your desert area and you have this kind of theme going on, and there's I think, although it's been done a billion times before, I feel like characters who have, what am I trying to say? Characters who can dance, and through their dance have these like combat skills or abilities. I think that's cool. I really like that. So it's nice that we see a character here who also has that going on. Obviously, because I play Genshin and I know more of those characters than these, first person I thought of was Mualani. I imagine this character was first. Maybe they came out relatively at the same time. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to the order of things when they were released, nor do I really care that much. It doesn't really matter, because it's not like they took the concept from each other, because it's a thing that's been around forever. Like I said, I'm repeating myself now. Anyway, I like that. I think it's cool. It definitely switches up the vibe a bit, but not in a bad way. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to say about that? There was something I thought. Oh, but I don't remember right now. Anyway, yeah. So I will ask you a question, though, because the majority of you who are watching this most likely have played Honkai Impact 3rd, and you're seeing these things and like, oh, I remember that, or I don't remember that, or that was great, or that was forgettable, whatever that is. What if you are a player of Honkai Impact 3rd and you joined? Around which version did you join? What updates were happening when you joined? And do you currently, or did you have a favorite character? Or maybe I shouldn't just say favorite character, because each character has different versions of themselves. What if you had to, I don't even know if it matters, because I'm sure you probably switch between what you might need for the challenge you're doing, but also I can't imagine it being that difficult based off of what I've seen, so maybe you just play with who you want and it's fine. Anyway, what version of character do you like the most? Whether it's through what they look like, their visuals, versus gameplay style, or both, or does it not matter? Whatever that is. Just share your thoughts about these things, because I'm curious to know what I guess what people just are guided to. That's not the right word. Attracted to. What floats your boat. There we go. Anyway, let's move on.
あなたが向かうのはシャニアテの名の本質よ。虚構と真実の境が存在しない空間。
君たちは外から来た旅人だね。ようこそセントサルトスノーへ。
秩序を疑うライト、それを壊す気なら相応の責任を負ってもらう。
後ろのあなた、もう出てきてもいいのよ。優しく慰めてあげるから。 の夢で全てを知りなさい。あらゆる概念を幻で示しなさい。
A freaking dragoon up in here?
輪廻転々無視無獣。
制限解除。オーバーロード開始。追跡判定オン。再起完了。ファイナルスキル発動。
I will say this area that they showed off here, this, what, Salt Snow City or whatever it was? I could be getting that wrong. That looked, probably, as far as stages go, I really like how it looked. Like the old European feel, but it's kind of like broken and like there's this like big old crystal tower in the background, like that. I talked about that setting before in a previous video, but still, like that looks cool. I love that.
もし世界が時間を与えてくれるなら、私もいい方法を見つけられただろう。しかし今私たちに別の選択肢など
ない。これが対処すべき危機なら行きましょう。目標ロックオン。
I wonder if that's just part of the animation or if you actually get to aim in that state and take the shot. Also, another thing that I'm going to say, sorry if I keep interrupting, the music just suddenly went into like some techno reggae all of a sudden. Sure, why not? We'll get all sorts of experimental here. No complaints. Their music has been insane throughout like 90% of these. It's crazy. In a good way. Yeah, what I was gonna say, if I don't know, it's really hard because I feel like they have this with their story. I guess this is the part where I'm kind of, I don't even want to say that. I feel like I have a grasp of it, but I also keep getting lost at the same time. And I'm starting to feel like there is some weird... I'm not starting to feel this. I know this is a case because of auto being a thing. And whatever. Like, there's some time stuff going on. Right? There's some serious time shenanigans of all sorts. But I feel like we've been... I guess it's just been finales of arcs, of story arcs. But as far as where they are and what they're doing things and all sorts of stuff, like, I'm just wondering, like, how and why it just keeps escalating to a point, and now we're at a place where I'm a little confused, to say the least. Because you had, like, Otto stuff, right? And there's Otto's journey and what he was trying to do in that whole climactic moment. And there's, like, just him trying to go back and, like, change things, and it took him however long to get to that point to do it and make that sacrifice so he could change things. So there's that. But then you have the Hershers of Truth, Finality, Origin, which come after that. Well, before that, you had the whole Elysium thing, and then you have this, which I think the Elysium thing led into with the Truth, Finality, Origin, and they were fighting like Demon Kevin. I still don't know. Like, I'm just saying that because obviously I can't look at the comments while you guys are answering my questions on the fly, and this is in the past, guys. But anyway, that character. And I'm kind of like, there you were, just straight up in space. It like just some dimension, just some broken reality of sorts having this fight. Cool. Awesome. And now we're in another place where there's this old European theme, but there's this crystal, and everything seems kind of empty and sort of desolate, but just like this blank feel, just whatever. And I can't help but think that and maybe they even said something in a subtitle that I missed, I'm not sure, that it might be like time related, because usually when I think of like some weird in-between area of time space stuff, I think of either a void or a different kind of void, where it's usually an area where time is sort of frozen or stopped, and it's a lot of white is used in their, not it's a shade, but in their colors, you know what I mean? So yeah, like think of I don't know if you've seen Dragon Ball Z, the hyperbolic time chamber, for example. You know, it's just a white plane of existence, essentially. And although there is like, you know, there's a city and there's like this crystal tower thing, and there's stuff, but that also makes me think of other things, such as I don't know, wasn't there something in Kingdom Hearts probably, or something that was like a castle, but time was weird? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it had nothing to do with time. But anyway, it fits that theme, that feeling. So there's, of course, either something weird with dimensions again, or maybe the characters are now dealing with something within some kind of consciousness of sorts, alternate reality, some weird time stopped dimension of sorts. I don't know. The answers have probably been in my face the entire time, and they're probably a lot easier for you guys to pick up who are more experienced with this game. So I am sorry for sounding very ignorant right now. If not, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that it gives me that feel, that very clean yet desolate kind of, it's still decrepit feel, just like this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna hit the play button. I just want to express that. That looks safe. That's fine.
2つの世界の泡の融合は安定していて止められないなのです。ここのエネルギーの波動は脆弱の星とまるで同じ。
Nice chain whip.
不幸の鍵はこの世界で
海の魂よ、命の旋律を聞いて。ここで交差する。
Damn, Sela.
梅雨のように
What the hell?
朝日に消えて。私と一緒に海に帰ろう。茨を積んで。
Daughters of the Sea. So this place that they've been in, like that, it could just be between realms of stuff because they talked about the bubble world, the bubble dimensions, and all that crap. Yeah, so it could just be a place in between of things where they're witnessing other stuff happen. I get that. That could be a thing too. That could just be it.
ゼーレ、ブローネお姉ちゃん、みんなが私を待ってます。
Okay. And hopefully I didn't sound stupid saying that was Sela and it wasn't Sela. I saw the hair and the scythe and I went like Sela. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
目覚めたばかりなのに、また残酷な現実と向き合うの。ここのみんな、待ってて。必ず家に返すから。
私たちが向き合うのはとある意志。
みんな彼女のために道を切り開くのよ。偉大なる四季の律祖様に任せなさい。
準備はいい？ゼーレ。うん、一緒に向き合おう。
Murder time!
梅雨のように朝日に消えて。海の魂よ、命の旋律を聞いて。私と一緒に海に帰ろう。魂の本流、止まらない。信じてくれてありがとう、ゼーレ。
Okay, but I am confused because this is talking about the other one being Sela. So it's like, is it Sela but no longer Sela because she's the Hersher of Rebirth now, but the other half still remains and that's still Sela? So it's Sela referring to Sela as Sela because her name's different, but they would just call each other Sela anyway. Because if I met another one of me, I would. It's not me, but same name. This is what happens when you decide to record very long videos and don't sleep well before them. This is the life I live. Anyway, very cool stuff. And I like... At first I was a little confused because it's Hersher of Rebirth and she kept being like, life of the sea, sea of life. And I was over here like, why does it have to be the sea? And that was just dumb. And I'm glad I didn't say it out loud, even though I just told you, but I'm just explaining to you my thought process. But water is the origin of life. So it's kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. Like, it makes sense. I'm down with the concept. I'm good with that. It's pretty rad. Okay, so there is Honkai Impact 3rd and Promare? Huh. I'm trying to remember what Promare is. I don't think I'm familiar with Promare. It sounds familiar. Okay. Let me see what's left. Real quick. Okay, we are actually getting closer to the end. Yeah, so I think what's going to happen is that I might stop 1 or 2 more times. We're going to watch probably 3 of them. I'll talk about them, and then we'll wrap it up. So here we go. The last bit of this. Oh yeah, Promare had this art style. Oh, that's sick. I just remember what Promare kind of looked like, but I've never seen it. And I really think I should because I love animation. I heard it's freaking gorgeous. Let me know, have you seen Promare? How do you feel about it? And do you think I should watch it? I don't know if I'd be able to make a reaction of it, but I would watch it. Maybe I can find a way. I'm gonna hold my thoughts. Hold on. My pen stopped working, no.
ホロスの管理者として僕たちは初めて外から来た人を見たよ。ここは流れ星によって誕生した町。でも恐ろしい天才が全てを変え
た。夢の中に眠る星よ、どうか私の願いを聞いて。光よ、輝け。これからは魔法少女の時間。何を考えてるの？え？キラキラした何かが欲しい？あのね、魔法は万能じゃないの。どうして 距離があるように感じるのかな。
That's called indigestion.
私眠っちゃってたのかな。
グレーシュも我と一緒に漫画が読みたいか。よかったぞよ。読みながらおしゃべりするのが大好きぞよ。
これは何。なんで昨日はみんな笑ってたのに。
グレーシュ、
私と一曲踊ってくれる？ここで。
That's a chainsaw. Jesus.
になりなさい。あの人から離れなさい。この手で幸せを切り開くわ。本当に長い夢だったね。
Okay. What was a long dream? Is that like... Oh, I guess that was 3-ish videos, I think, so I can actually... I'm gonna break to talk about stuff for a second. Yeah, just... Oh, man. That face. Oh! I'm gonna cut you with my chainsaw. So, well, there's a lot going on now. We had our crossover with Promare. That the concept trailer of it was freaking beautiful. It didn't quite look like the game became that in the trailer afterwards. I don't remember anymore. It's all going by so fast. But still, man, that animation style, man, that colors. I really probably should watch that at some point. I think it's probably a crime that I haven't. Anyway, we're here to talk about this Honkai Impact 3rd stuff. Yeah, the Prom Air stuff was impressive. I really liked that. From what I saw, probably more than the Evangelion, but I'm also biased because I'm not that into Evangelion. Sorry, not sorry. Even though I still respect it for what it is. Prom Air looked really cool. That crossover, like that. And then there is they introduced that little character that went on about had the magical girl comment, which I thought was funny just because this entire game is just a magical girl game. There might be some people out there like, "Why are you stupid? Oh, you're wrong. There's mechs and there's all this tech and the abilities," and it's like it's a magical girl game. They have these transformations, they take on these new forms, they become super powerful and stuff. And yeah, there's been plenty of scenes where we have seen them just like things materialize on them where they become even more stronger or end up in some kind of armor or whatever that is. It's a magical girl game and it's fine. I think it's great. There's nothing wrong with it being magical girl. I watched Sailor Moon when I was on Toonami forever ago when that was a thing, so whatever. Very cool stuff. But yeah, I just thought it was funny how we have the character just say something like that, and I'm like, it's been that way though. Anyway, but I guess it's just even more so stressing the point, at least with that character. Then we have this whole sequence here this Luna trailer, Promise to Luna, and at the end they showed the character waking up going like, it was a dream. So I'm wondering if this whole story being told here is just a dream sequence that like whoever is the protagonist of that wakes up from at the end. That's a trope that I don't like with storytelling, where you go through all this stuff and then it's like you just wake up and it was all a dream and nothing happened. But at the same time, if they are telling you this early that it is a dream sequence, then it's not bad because you're going in knowing like, okay, we're in a dream and we're doing all this crazy stuff and this is just what it is. I think knowing beforehand is good. It's when you don't know and they just jump you with that as an ending because they don't know how to end something, right? But if they already know and they're telling you, if they're telling you that it's going to go in that direction, it's fine. That being said, though, what's the difference, especially in this game, between dreams and reality? Because for all we know, a character having a dream could just be a character within a different reality elsewhere, living that life. That's like a thing that could happen. Right? Does that sound crazy? I don't know. I've had that thought before where what if, and I think this is like a theory about something somewhere and stuff. I don't know if it's from a game or if it's just an actual theory that's out there, but I've talked about, at least amongst friends, like what if when you go into a sleep state, like when you sleep and you do have a dream, you're really just potentially witnessing another reality out there or something like that. Whether it's you or something else, well, usually people dream with themselves in it. But yeah. Not saying I necessarily believe that, but I think the theory is interesting. And I hope it's not true, because if that is the case, I don't know how many other me's are out there. Because I usually have nightmares and I don't usually survive them. So if, that's, just oh man, that's don't know about that. Don't know how I feel about that. But anyway, I'm just a little curious as to like, does that little snippet at the end here, does this actually mean anything? Is this them hinting that like, oh yeah, it was all a dream? Or not saying the entirety of the whole thing was, but like this Luna section of the game, right? Anyway, yeah. There are a couple more thoughts I want to share, but I feel like that is something that needs to wait till the end, and I may or may not remember them. Either way, they're not super important. But let's continue. I think if I counted right, we got 3 left? We got about 3 left. Okay, let's do this.
もうすぐ人類との初デート。この服気に入ってくれるかしら。今回も一緒に夜景を見に行きましょう。
Oh.
汚いものが入ってくるなんて、私があの人が近づいてきてる。急いで片付けましょう。あなたたちデートの邪魔をしちゃダメよ。目の前から消えなさい。逃がさないわ。約束しましょう。時の果てまで。スカートが汚れなくてよかったわ。今夜が楽しみだわ。
無名なる夢中を目の見えぬ旅人が歩む。終わりの種はすでに芽吹きを見せている。僕たちはポロスの守護者。ここは僕たちの家。私たちは未来をつなぐ光。七色の願いがここに集い、夜を灯す燻製が空に虹を描く。
Lightsaber.
ちゃんと立ってて。清楽の剣。
You're fighting for your life, meanwhile she's playing Beat Saber and kicking your ass. Jesus Christ. That was so cool.
Last みんなの決意受け取りました。
Was that it? Oh, that was okay. This is the last one. Jesus, I was like, what? What do you mean? Okay, this looks like it's for some kind of way.
V 天変万象を破る。後発戦士一気歌人総連不断。風のごとく敵陣を破る。小地入場生成ルテン。All right. Yeah, I'm gonna double check. I mean, let me double check. Was that the last one? That was the last one, guys. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. That was a lot. All right. So, the things that I want to talk about to wrap up this whole thing.
At least as far as the last 3 go. I mean, to me, it seems that the main story for Honkai Impact Third has ended. But wait, I know a lot of people have told me that you gotta see part 2 stuff. There's part 2 stuff. It continues. I'm like, I understand. And I will get to that at some point in time. So I get how the story doesn't actually end and it's still going, right? But as far as the Honkai Impact Third Part 1 story, that has ended, yet there are still events for it, I guess. I'm not really entirely sure. I don't know if it's 2 separate downloads or what, but if it is, I imagine that there are events still for the Honkai Impact Third Part 1 portion of the game. Let me see when this came out. That would actually probably... This came out a year ago. So maybe not. Unless if they only have a yearly thing now. I'm not sure anymore. Anyway, I don't know why I looked, because it doesn't matter unless if I actually knew when things came out anyway. Whatever. But yeah, anyway, towards the end of the Honkai Impact Third Part 1 stuff that I've just watched, or I assume this is still all Part 1, that towards the end, it was much more events based around characters and stuff, and less of main story. Like, main story wrapped up, and then they're just like, okay, let's introduce this character and a cool adventure that you'd get to play through with that character, or for that character, whatever that is. Cool, great, nothing wrong with that. But that is the vibe that I got, and maybe I am wrong, but I would hope not, because it seems that although cool, these last few things were a lot less... It didn't seem very connected to any story, where there wasn't this like suspense feeling, this looming threat, whatever, this craziness that we had previously leading up to a certain point. Like, I don't know how you go beyond your characters being called truth, finality, and origin, and they're fighting like crazy stuff in crazy situations with weird in between dimensional things, and like, you know what I mean? Like, I think you can only go to a certain point, and when you're at the point where you're actually going beyond like reality itself, I don't know what's beyond that as far as a compelling story to tell, which is why it seems that they had to make a part 2, because they essentially have to start over. You know, I mean, sure, you could play like any Final Fantasy game or pretty much any JRPG, and most of the time the final boss is like God. You're gonna fight God now. Like, cool, because that's like one of like the highest things you can actually do. Here in Honkai Impact Third, they straight up they're just in other realities, or between them, or breaking them, or putting things together, whatever that was, time and space, all crazy. And I mean, and once again, I could be wrong, but that's the vibe I get based on the stages that we're seeing and the crazy shit that our characters are doing and all that stuff. It's really cool. I don't have anything against it as long as it's done right, and it seems like it's done pretty well. You guys can let me know if that's the case or not, but I imagine part 2 would start more simple. I imagine it starts similar to how the original Honkai Impact Third started, where it's like, we're high schoolers. You know what I mean? Because that's usually how that stuff starts, where you're just like, we're ordinary people. And then something weird happens, and then it escalates. That's kind of how this happened. And that's what I imagine they deal with. And I heard not everyone likes part 2. I don't know if that's the reason, because it's not crazy anymore and people aren't just liking the new characters introduced or whatever that is, because that's totally a risk and that could be a thing. Regardless, I probably will see part 2 stuff at some point in time. I have to check if there's any more of the OG Honkai Impact 3rd stuff that I'm going to watch. And then there's also other stuff too, such as Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail, and then some other things that I'm thinking of, like Reverse 1999 and Wuthering Waves and whatever else you guys think I should be watching. As far as everything else in this video that I've seen, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan when a video is like 30 seconds long and it's just like a character saying something vague and then you're like, all right, that happened a couple times, but it's whatever. I liked seeing the moves, the animations of the characters. Man, I really liked seeing how they developed over time, that you could tell that they just improved so much with their animations. Like, it went from having a character go like, ha, and then lasers flying at them, which is something that I said that I liked earlier on, to having all these crazy moves with their weapons and their abilities and using their momentum to send things forward, and just like the flashiness of it, launching themselves in the air, some kind of targeting system, or they're literally just like harpooning something out of nowhere. Like, I don't know, like there's all sorts of crazy stuff that they just developed or improved upon, just added. This character's animations by far are some of the most beautiful. There's a lot of other beautiful ones that I really liked, and you know, recency bias, watching some of this stuff, this looked insane. Just like, I don't know, with this one like, I'm not gonna say this is my favorite of the animations I've seen, but how crazy is that? Is that the animation you get when you do an ultimate, or was that something that they just added for this trailer? If you know, please tell me, because if that is the actual in-game animation for that move, that's incredible. That's just so good. And I know we've seen other things like it as well. Anyway, there's a lot. There's a lot that I really do like about this. And I am also going to address something that maybe some people will comment on, maybe not many. But for those who do care or want to hear my opinion on it, yeah, there's a lot of fan service stuff. Whatever. It's a gacha game, and they're gonna have that, and they want your money. But when they're, you know, like they'll have like their bathing suits, or like their summertime outfit, or like maid outfits, or whatever that is, and I don't care about that. That's cool though. If that's something that you're into, then that's something that you're into, and that's fine. And a lot of it wasn't even that fan servicey. What was fan servicey were the camera angles that they'd use for a lot of their stuff. Like, especially the further you went into these videos, they would clearly just like, especially in those moments before they show the character art on screen, they usually like pan around the character and be like, you know, like face, weapon, boobs, and you're like, oh, we just zoomed in right on that chest. Great. Whatever. But you know, they'd show like the undershot, or like the butt shot, or whatever. Like, you know, there's jiggle physics, like stuff's moving. Especially in the what's her face, the Luna trailer stuff. Like her whole thing, like it was just like, you know, good thing I didn't stain my dress. Titties. It was like, okay, great, thanks, I guess. So there's no avoiding that. That's definitely in this game. They made that. I knew that going into watching all of this stuff. And yeah, it is what it is. and I don't mind. But regardless, a lot of this stuff was really cool. I'm still interested in a lot of these characters. I'm still interested in the story. There is a point in the story where I start to lose it a little bit, just being perfectly honest, because it gets a little too... I think it gets to a point where it gets a little too convoluted, and I would probably understand it more if I actually played through it, or at least I would hope I would. And as much as I appreciate the comments of explaining things to me, by all means, continue to do so. I don't mind, but I'm still not going to understand everything. You could explain it as detailed, as thoroughly, take up all the space you need to do it. I don't learn by text. So I'll read that and I'll remember it for like 10 minutes before I move on to the next thing that I have to commit my memory to. And that's just what it is, and it's nothing personal. So if you've ever said anything in the comments before and you're wondering why I'm asking about it or why I don't understand the concept after you explain so hard, that's all it is. And I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. That's just how my brain is. I have to experience something in order to retain it. For the most part, there are some key things that I would probably remember or call back on. But if you tried to explain a story like this to me that goes on for a while with so many characters and different versions of said characters, my brother in Christ, I'm not gonna retain all of that. But I can acknowledge that this is a lot of fun. This has been super cool. I'm glad that I'm watching these videos. It does make me want to play the game. I just can't bring myself to do it right now. But maybe one day when I'm in a more comfortable state of mind and all sorts of stuff, maybe it'll be a thing. Maybe it'll be a thing. I don't know. I am very interested, and I'm sure there's still plenty of stuff for me to see, to learn, and yeah. So I hope my questions that I asked don't bother you too much. Like I said, feel free to explain. Whether or not I retain it is a crapshoot, and that's just what it is. But I appreciate the engagement regardless. If you are interested in more of my videos, please go and check them out. I have reacted to other Honkai Impact 3rd stuff, and I plan to do more if I can. I will eventually get to Honkai Impact Part 2 stuff. Honkai Impact 3rd Part 2 stuff. Sorry, I'm kind of shortening the name. Don't mean to do it. It's not out of disrespect. And I do a bunch of Genshin related content where I'm playing through the game for the first time and I'm going through trying to understand the lore and come up with my own theories as I play. And if you're interested in seeing my unedited version of that, you can become a member on my YouTube or on my Patreon to get access to my uncut gameplay sessions of that, where I kind of just go off the rails, lose my mind, sometimes rage, or just be stupid. And it is what it is. It's been a very interesting time. And I look forward to continuing that as well, among all the other stuff that I'm doing. But yeah, if there are specific things that you want me to react to in the future regarding gacha game related stuff, and I think I said this earlier in the video, and someone recommends something and you see that comment and you're like, yeah, I agree with that, make sure you like that comment so it goes up and I get to see it more easily. Yeah, that's what that is. Anyway, whew, I gotta figure out what's next. I have an idea. There's a list somewhere, and I just gotta take a gander at that. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Honestly, I do. If you enjoy this, make sure you let me know by leaving a like, dropping a comment down below, and checking out the description for additional ways of how to support me. Every little bit counts. And until next time, shine on, you crazy diamonds. Later.